It's a beautiful day for a CitizenCon. Hi, everybody. Do you hear that? Yeah. Let's try it again. Hi, everybody. I don't think we got it. One more time. Hi, everybody. Honestly, that was too much. Welcome to CitizenCon 2953. I am Jared Huckabee, sometimes known as Disco Lando, sometimes known as Junior, or if you ask my mom, Mr. Dummyhead. Welcome to... Wait, we did not account for the peanut gallery behind me. We are backstage at CitizenCon 2953 in what we call Hall A. Hall A is where we're going to be exhibiting all of our presentations this year. We've got 2 days of presentations. Honestly, none of us quite know how the second day is going to go. Usually after we do the first day, we're all just kind of like for the next day over. So we're going to find out what day 2 is like. Day 2, I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be like, hey, everybody. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2. Let's go to the presentation. I mean, honestly, I have no idea if you can hear the applause, but they're applauding my amazing performance right there. Honestly, we're all dead tired putting this thing together. This is by far our biggest and baddest CitizenCon yet. 2 main halls, Hall A, where the presentations are happening, Hall B, where we've transformed it into a virtual Pyro playground. I want to start talking about Hall B. So the folks, when they let in, we'd open doors at 8 a.m. today. They entered this, what did I call it? A Pyro playground? I call it a Pyro playground. Can you believe I get paid for doing this? In the Pyro playground, people entered what was called the rundown entrance, which was modeled after Rundown Station, which is one of the stations that's coming in the upcoming Pyro, which is on its way. Should I tell them? I think I'm gonna let the boss do that. Hey, I wanna be here for day 2. We've got the return of the Dragonfly from CitizenCon 2948. Oh, lost 10 years. 2948, repainted with a brand new rough and ready paint scheme that is available in your digital goodies pack or on the store and whatnot. The community booths this year, if you remember from our CitizenCon 2019, they were a big new addition to CitizenCon. They were modeled after Grimheck Station in 2019. This year, they're modeled after Rundown Station. When do we get nice community booths? Like, I mean, they look amazing, don't get me wrong, but they're shady AF. Although, seeing some of the orgs that are in there, you're right where you deserve to be. Atlas Defense Industries, you know who you are. I was gonna blame the card, but that's not on the card. We have our special guest this year, Atmo Esports, and their Fight and Flight Live. We're going to be cutting to them in just a few minutes with my buddy Dan Halbrecht. They are doing the finals of their yearly Fight or Flight. Oh, that was dangerous for a second. Fight or Flight contest over in Hall B, so you can check that out throughout the 2-day event. Then we've got the Content Creator Corner, where you can go and meet your favorite Star Citizen streamers and content creators, as well as Astropub. We've got... Now that one was on the card. Talk about Salty Mike and make sure he gets his check. General Lounge. The General Lounge, where you can meet and greet with many of the CIG developers throughout the 2 days. There's a meet and greet schedule available. It's posted somewhere in the other area, so you can go and meet all your favorite developers and John Crew. Yes, I recycled the joke. Don't look at me. He knew it was coming. The VIP Lounge, where you can go and meet your developers if you are a little more important. I'm just trying to think who that is. There's a merch store where we have some fantastic swag this year. Hold on, I'm gonna show some, hold on, with this. Professional shows. Well, it's brand new. I need more arms. Star Citizen hoodie. That's got, oh. It's got a wonderful Star Citizen logo and Banu text. Is it Banu or Shion? Who can tell me? What? What? Honestly, I can't understand what they're saying. It's in another language. Then we've also got this really cool Drake interplanetary trucker hat that's available in the merch store. I think it's also available online. It's pretty cool. You do have to have a normal size head for it to fit. Someday they'll make a hat for me. And then the coup de grace. You saw it first on a Star Citizen Live back in 2019 when folks who watched said, what an incredible waste of time. Designed live on the show, the Star Citizen bobblehead. Look at this guy. Is that in focus? He's magnificent. And he comes in a really cool box with Clark Defense Industries. Look good on a shelf. You can do that here. Here, Luke, or Jake. Here, it was supposed to. And of course, a secret area that was revealed recently on the web, a welcome to Pyro with a bunch of computers, roughly 150 computers. And what that's for, I'm also going to let the boss tell you because, again, I want to be here on day 2. So let's talk about the program. 2 days of programs, 2 days of programming representing the best stuff that our developers have to offer. Now, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, live and in person. So maybe you've joined since the last one, so you don't really know what to expect. I want to prep you for this here. Everything that you're about to see today, and when I say everything, I mean everything that goes up on that big screen that's behind me or there on your stream, was created by the developers. Not a single marketing artist. Every single one of these developers have worked tirelessly for the last 2 months putting together this content to present to you. They made their slides, they wrote their text, they created their videos, because that's what CitizenCon is. You know, we got ISC, we got SCL, you know, that's my stuff, I do my thing, you know, but CitizenCon is where we let the developers go on stage and talk directly to you and share their work directly for you. So every time they go on stage, I need a big round of applause, and when they go off the stage, I need a bigger round of applause because I told them they'd get it, and you're gonna make me look bad. So give me an example of that round of applause, everybody. All right. So let's run down the itinerary for today. At 11 a.m. Pacific, which is in roughly 22 minutes, Chris Roberts, founder and CEO, is going to take the stage, and he's going to do a keynote. He's going to talk about Star Citizen, past, present, future. He's going to set some stuff up. I don't want to spoil it, but I saw the notes, and he said he uses fidelity like 3 times. So prepare your bingo. After that is our big Shaping the Verse, the Future of StarEngine presentation. Now, whatever you think this is, I promise you, you're not prepared for it. This is, I got to think about how I do want to come back tomorrow. I'm going to let that present itself. But be in your seats, be ready. It's unlike anything we've ever done here at CitizenCon before. At roughly 12:45-ish, when we timed it out yesterday, Fix It and Fly It with Torsten and Guillermo from the EUPU feature team. They're gonna come and show you the current iteration of engineer, resource management, and true multi-crew gameplay. Check that out. Then around 1:50, these times are all approximate, you know, from our rehearsals yesterday. We got a cosplay contest hosted by Galactica, our social media manager. That's going to be right there on the stage. Then we break for a lunch. We have a lunch break. 2 p.m. Pacific, we take 45 minutes. We recharge our batteries. We fix the things that broke in the first half, and we'll be back 45 minutes later with the stream. Then at 3 o'clock, it's Talking Ship, our annual presentation by the members of the ship team, where they're going to introduce some ships you're aware of, some ships you're not aware of, some ships you're not supposed to be aware of, but you are aware of. And then, yeah, there's just no way of getting around that. And then finally wrapping up the day is navigating the universe. That's with members of our UI team and everybody that's been talking about it on Twitch and YouTube, trying to figure out what it is. You're right. Be in your seats. It's effing awesome. So, and then of course we wrap up about 5 o'clock today. I'll go on the stage and I'll tell you all to come back on day 2. And then of course the Hall A for you people, or Hall B for people here in attendance, that'll stay open until about 7 p.m. So if you don't get a chance to see all the cool stuff in Hall B because you're glued to your seats in Hall A, you can do that for the next 2 hours after 5 p.m. So with that, I want to throw it to my compatriot over in Hall B, Dan Haubrecht. Dan, take it away.
Welcome everyone to CitizenCon 2953. Let's give it up! I heard a bunch of people over there. I heard a bunch of people over there. We're back, baby, after 4 long years. We are finally back in the Los Angeles Convention Center. It has been since 2019 in Manchester since we've been able to see your beautiful faces in person, and we've missed you so much. Now, if you're wondering who I am, that is a very valid question. I'm the community producer here at CIG. I produce the community content for many years. I produce subscriber content behind the scenes for many years. Just like that bobblehead that you guys saw, you're welcome. And I also produced the Battle of the Bricks from last year, the charity stream we did with Eve. So I've been producing content behind the years for a while. If you guys have enjoyed the things I've been producing, let me know on socials. Use hashtag CitizenCon2953. If you guys have hated the things I've done, let me know on socials. Tweet me at DiscoLando. Sorry, Jared, you're just an easy target. Where am I right now? Well, I'm at the community booth section here at Hall B of CitizenCon 2953. As you can see, everything is decorated to look like we are on Pyro. It is fantastic to see what an amazing job these booths have done to represent their orgs, their booths, their organizations, everything. It's so cool. We're going to be visiting a bunch of them throughout the weekend, so we're only going to focus on a few right now. Come follow me right this way. We're going to focus on one of the biggest community orgs in Star Citizen, Test Squadron. Now, I believe these guys are one of the biggest orgs in all of, like, video games, basically. You guys are like one of the biggest single-player orgs for a single game, right? You guys are like one of the biggest orgs for like a single game?
We're the largest organization for Star Citizen, as well as the Guinness Book World Records for the largest MMO guild.
So they're kind of a big deal is what we're saying. They're here at the community booth section. They have a bunch of cool swag to give away. They focus on, professional gameplay. They focus on casual gameplay, all sort of career paths and job opportunities. If you guys are interested in checking out what it's like to test out the verse, check out Test Squadron right here on the community booth section. We're going to follow me this way now over to the United Space Confederation. In a world in which the man is out to get you, one org claims to maybe have your back. That's United Space Confederacy. They are a role-play focused org with an amazing, in-depth, lore-driven background. So if you guys are interested in joining an org where lore is this kind of driving passion and focus of why you guys would want to be playing Star Citizen, United Space Confederacy is the booth to be checking out. They're going to be doing some giveaways. So if you guys are here on the show floor, come swing by their booth, ask them about what they're doing. They're going to be doing so much cool stuff. Ask them about their org, ask them about who they are. We're so excited to have them as well. As you can see over here, we have JRDF. I actually don't know if you're going to be able to see because there's so many people trying to buy their stuff right now. If you guys haven't heard of JRDF, well, congratulations on waking up from your medically induced coma because they go with CitizenCon like chocolate and peanut butter. They have been part of CitizenCon since 2018 with the Dragonfly in Austin. We brought the Dragonfly back. We will be showing you that a little later, but if you guys have already checked out the digital goodies pack on the Pledge store, well, you might have already gotten a glimpse. So go to robertspaceindustries.com, check out that digital goodies pack, and you'll be able to see what they brought here to CitizenCon 2953. But in addition to making large-scale things, and by the way, they also made some amazing stuff for our community booths, in addition to large-scale things, they make miniatures as well. So if you want to bring a little bit of the verse into your home, into your office, come check out JRDF. There was a line literally wrapped around the corner right before we went live. They are insanely busy, but if you come by their booth, they're doing giveaways for free stencils. So if you vote either Drake or I believe, of course I didn't write down the other manufacturer. It's Drake and I think Misk. I could be wrong. But one of those two manufacturers, you get a chance to win a free stencil of one of their new miniatures. So if you guys are here at the show floor, again, come check them out. They're going to be doing some cool stuff today, and they're selling some cool stuff as well. Literally, when this goes off the air, probably going to break out my wallet. So that's just how cool they are. We're going to follow me back this way. Excuse me, everybody, making my way through. And sort of on the community booth side, we have the CIG section. We have the Interactables team making a live prop here at CitizenCon 2953. Again, if you guys have checked out the digital goodies pack, in that digital goodies pack is a trophy. It's a CitizenCon staple. We always include it in a digital goodies pack. Well, they're making it live here at the floor. Look at how cool that skull is. It's going to be part of the decoration of the trophy. These are members of our Interactables team in Manchester. They're currently making it live. And you can see, if you look over there to the left, they're taking suggestions from members of the community. So if you guys want to make your mark here at CitizenCon 2953, come on over to the Interactables booth, start giving them a little bit more ideas, and maybe make your mark on history. Now, I don't think it can be said enough that we are so excited to have CitizenCon here for the first time in 4 years. I'm an LA native, so to have it here in my own backyard is beyond cool. It's beyond phenomenal. Everyone here who has worked so hard, whether they're at the community booths, whether they're just a regular person showing up, or they're a member of CIG who helped make this possible, we are so grateful that you guys are here. We hope you guys have been enjoying the sort of Pyro sneak peek of the community booth so far. Like I said, we're going to be checking those out later this weekend, both later today and tomorrow. We're going to be trying to get all the booths, all the orgs, so you guys can see exactly what kind of passion and versatility and creativity drives the members of the verse. That's you guys. You guys are the reason why things like CitizenCon are possible. So we're going to come back over here. We're going to quickly talk to a couple more members of Test Squadron to get a little more about what they're about. We got Chrome, D-Seth, and D-Lefty. What's up, guys?
How's it going? It's been really great. This is my first CitizenCon, and I've been loving it so far.
And so this is your first CitizenCon. What were your expectations coming here? Like, did you think that there was going to be like a Pyro setting? What was kind of your bucket list, your wish list of what you hoped would be at CitizenCon?
I was hoping for Pyro, but honestly, the way that everything has been set up is above and beyond my expectation. It's amazing to be here, and it's just, I expected a little bit, but the way that you guys have set everything up is outstanding.
Awesome. And do you guys have any advice for people who are trying to break into the verse? It can be overwhelming sometimes for new players trying to figure out what to do in Star Citizen. So do you guys, as part of Test Squadron, have any advice for new players who are trying to make their way into the verse?
Honestly, find a friend, find someone to play the system. The guide system that Star Citizen has set up is amazing and really helpful. Or to find an org like Test, you can find us on Discord, and we always have people that are willing to help you, whether that's over voice chat, over text. We will hop in and help you figure out the game, because it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially for new players, and that's what we're really here for, is really to make it enjoying.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Well, as I said, they're giving away some cool swag, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, come check out their booth. We are beginning in 10 minutes for Hall A, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, start making your way over to Hall A. We're beginning in just a few minutes. We're going to be talking about some more stuff here at the community booth before I kick it back over to Jared. We're going to be going over to United Space Confederation. I said Confederacy before. It's United Space Confederation. Excuse me, guys. So you guys are a role-play focused org. What made you guys sort of decide to come up with this amazing immersive backstory for your guys' org?
Well, I didn't quite catch the question.
What made you guys come up with such an intense lore-driven background for your org?
Oh man, we've been around since the beginning, and we saw the effort that was going into the creation of the story by CIG writers, and we want to dovetail into that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold choice to go, you know what? We are anti everything that's currently in the game. We are going to be so anti-UEE, it's going to make you sick. So, but you guys are like slowly starting to make your way back into like polite society now that the messers are gone, now that we kind of have a new imperator. So what's kind of the direction you guys plan on taking USC?
Well, we like the ideal of creating a little irritation and rubbing up against the man, if you will. And that's the direction we want to go, is to reestablish relations with the new government. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Like I said, we're going to be checking out the community booths throughout the weekend, so be sure to come over here. I'm going to throw it back to Jared where we can kick off our first panel of the day. Jared, back to you, and we'll see you back here again at CitizenCon 2953.
Woo! Woo! Thanks, Dan. He's somebody's nephew. We still haven't figured out whose. So we are here in Hall A with the community. So as Dan said, if you're still hanging around in Hall B, it's very cool, but we are just a few minutes away from the start of the official CitizenCon 2953 festivities. So you want to make your way over here. 3,000 seats, still a few available. One next to my dad. Wave, Dad. You're not my dad. Where's my dad? There you are. I still owe you money. All right. So yeah, so again, we're just a few short minutes away from CitizenCon 2953. Thank you for enduring our sales pitch during the pre-show. I told you, CitizenCon is entirely by the devs for the community, so we wanted to take a few minutes beforehand and do all our happy marketing stuff for you and everything. But we're just about to start, so with that, I'm gonna wrap up. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. We'll be back later on in the day. Up next is Chris Roberts, then Shaping the Verse, the future of StarEngine. Grab yourself a snack, get a drink. You're not going to want to miss any of this. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit, everybody.
Well, hello, CitizenCon 2953. It's really, really good to be back in front of all you guys in person after 4 years being shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you, old faces, new faces. And you're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. I mean, there's some fun stuff here. There's the alleyway, seedy alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community orgs have set up their camp. So definitely check that out. There's a Dragonfly replica with the Pyro paint job on. Get pictures taken on. We have the Atmo Esports first in-person flight or fight tournament, which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro. And I'd like everyone to know that the people that aren't here in person, we're going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works. This year is the most excited I've ever been at a CitizenCon. I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years. Anyway, I can't wait to see what you guys think of it. And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed that the tasks have dried up on the task tracker. And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days. So hopefully you like it. And a lot of what you're going to see is going to be coming into Star Citizen over the next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year. But definitely next year, a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in, and it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen. So I'm very, very excited on that. So to our opening presentation, I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this, the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. We're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So, hang on. It's gone backwards now. It needs, come back. There you go. Sorry. So we thought this CitizenCon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics and our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for building the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future. But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So let's run that video. I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well. And it's pretty stunning to think that hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet, to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing. Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like, for instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll talk about it on the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great. But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beautresor, who, as a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place for game developing talent. And this year we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And along with him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios. They're strengthening our management team at CIG, and I'm really, really happy to have them. And I want to introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go. So Benoit, come up to the stage.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker, or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good, thank you.
All right.
Bonjour! Bonjour, CitizenCon. We are so happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically, and just being able to interact has been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the StarEngine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first, I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game, so thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of applause. Thank you so much. I just want to touch on one bit, which is that all the people you will see in the next couple tech panels are really the best of their crafts in the world. they are infused by a value that we tremendously value at CIG, which is relentless optimism. That this game can be made, that this vision can be achieved. And so, without further ado, but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates, everything that you'll see on screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, a ship UI, FPS weapons, everything, all of this is new. So as you watch the clips, you're going to see some differences. That's because this all comes from the freshest implementation that we have. We love open development. We love to show you guys the work in progress. And so that's exactly what we're going to look at today. And so without further ado, I'll leave you with Marco, who will show you all the cool and amazing features of our engine and the challenges that we face. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Benoit. Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about StarEngine today. We have been developing StarEngine for many years with the goal of creating an online living universe. But creating a universe is not an easy task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive spaceships flying very fast, close to the terrain and objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation and streaming. This is not a single-player game, so creating this universe online is making everything more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame. So in a typical StarEngine frame update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones, over 700,000 streamed-in entities, and millions of entities overall in the solar system, about 150,000 updates per frame. We have over 200 vehicles, spaceships, and ground ones, over 2 million physical objects, over 100,000 objects generated per frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand in a seamless, gigantic space. Also, we are supporting many new features that we are going to showcase today. I'm going to start in introducing the new and improved clouds and fog, worked on by custom vendor in the R&D team. The first new feature is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They are truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated. They are not just a post effect, as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather. Another component is the new ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scatter into the view ray. And in this video, we are showing all the features combined together. In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping to allow for more variation and details. The shape noise blending, a vertical variation, has been improved a lot. Also, we made improvements to shorten long-distance read, and the tiling is less visible. And best of all, we're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Mike Snowden. I'm the Director of Visual Effects.
And I'm Ali Brown, I'm the Director of Graphics and Procedural Tech.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be here, really excited to show you. We're going to be showing dynamic fire in StarEngine. So dynamic fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences. It creates emergent sandbox gameplay, and it can be used by designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players. And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense. Okay, so how do fires start in StarEngine? Well, there needs to be a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire an ever-present threat. If a fire does break out, you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels. And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat, for example, using the fire extinguisher, which is my personal favorite. It's a lot of fun doing that. The removal of oxygen, for example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum. Or simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. There's nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, the first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties that each surface is made from, whether it's wood or metal. But not only on the surface, we have to describe what is behind the surface. You might see a metal panel on your spaceship, but has it got cladding or wiring behind it? It's important we know all this so we know how flammable it is. Then after this, we have to define all the physical properties that go with these surfaces. So, for example, what the mass is, the energy density, combustion temperature, air-fuel ratio. And we use all these physical properties and we sum them up in each voxel, which is a 1 by 1 meter cube. And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition and then we're off. So here's our debug mode that shows us what's going on in the simulation, is what we use to track it. And you can see these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is spreading. For each of these voxels, we're tracking the fire, the temperature, fuel remaining, the amount of smoke. And the fire is propagating via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated. And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced, the fire will reignite and it will continue burning, just like it would in real life. So what's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors, in particular spaceships, but all interior spaces really, and this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently, and we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
Okay, so how do we create realistic dynamic fire visuals in StarEngine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali, and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals. Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments, and we have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and wear. Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which are spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per voxel as an optimization, a cluster being a representation of voxels close to each other. And then we bring in the fog. So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room, and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest. And we're simulating that. So to finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game. Thank you. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water in StarEngine. So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water. We want it to look as good as possible, obviously. We want it to look realistic. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we wanted this to work on the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into the ocean. I'm going to talk about our updates to the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So first of all, the water shaders, particularly the ocean and the river ones, were in dire need of a major upgrade. They were currently using a technique called deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, as adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this really beautiful screenshot of the Gladius over the water. I love this one. So this is the objects under the water being correctly lit, which is new. And then we are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface, and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us this really beautiful effect. This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray march clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who worked on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wavecraft light scattering. See how the sun is coming across the back of those waves? It's lighting up the suspended particles in them. It just looks gorgeous. Here we have the multi-layered foam. And from a distance, we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really, really nice. I've just got a video here before and after. First of all, this is our lakes on Stanton 4.
Next we have water volumes on Horizon. There you go. And this last demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and I think you'll agree, a pretty dramatic difference. So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here. We're going to have the player walking through the puddle. As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple. But even as he's stepping, the toe is being dragged through the water and moving the water accurately. This is not a cop-out. We're doing this in 3D. You see as I'm jumping. And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one. Right, the one more thing that we had to look at. So it's all well and good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So we wanted the water near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really tricky to get right, but I really think we have now. This basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time. We still need to get that information onto the water, though, and that's a bit trickier. So what we devised is yet another set of regions. Now, the regions are slightly different. The simulation regions need to happen wherever something is contacting the water, and that needs to happen regardless as to whether you can see it, because if there's a collision going on there, I look away, and then I look back. If it stops going and has to restart, that looks bad. Whereas the water, we only need to know the total result when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet, but it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use it to influence any of our work going forward. And here's a really good video of some of it in action. I'll just let that play. This is the debug mode. Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water. And as you see, if we pan out a bit, we make our sphere a bit bigger, we get a much different result from the sim. Spawning the foam properly. It looks really nice, really happy with this one. So what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to turn on the debug mode so you can see where the regions are. You see we've got these gray boxes. They light up green when there is a hit inside the box. We've also got different sizes going on. If you look near the shore there's a big cluster of text. That is a whole bunch of other regions because there's some stuff floating there causing little ripples that we can't actually see. And as you see, these scale properly. We can add the results from multiple sizes of simulation together, and they influence and interact with one another accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there. It works pretty nicely. I've gone ahead of my subtitles, but I'll just let that video play out. So, what does that look like when we bring it all together? What's it going to look like in game? Now, you did see a little bit of this in the StarEngine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it, so I'm just going to let that play out for you. Forward in a second, you're going to see the wake start to happen behind us there. And from the cockpit perspective, water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output. And that's us. Thank you so much, CitizenCon. Handing back over to Ali.
Hello again. So, I'm here to talk to you today about a few other graphical things we've got coming in. I'm really proud of the work we've done on the fire and the water. They both look amazing features. But I'm going to talk to you about a few smaller features and a few longer-term R&D features we're coming in on the visual side. This first one, something we wanted for cinematics and telling a story, but also to tie into our active feature system, which is to get the face to tell a little bit more story on our characters. So this blood, sweat, and tears system is something we implemented recently, and it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face, and then we integrate it into the skin shader so we can get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face. And we even make the skin go a little bit redder to simulate the extra blood flow when you're tired or upset. So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic. We have complete control over everything. We can keyframe every single tear if we want to. And we can even simulate blood, like here. So next thing I want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game with our rifle scopes. They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them. And they thought it was a real core part of the first-person shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do, we used to use these type of fake scope meshes, which you see here, which is where we type of slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes we put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there was nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards. And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game. So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got an infinite projected red dot scope sight. We've got lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it. You can see it works when you don't have to be actually holding the rifle for it to work. We've got a correct emulation of eye relief on the scope. So we have the blur, distortions, chromatic aberration. And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. If you get an EMP, you're going to have the display is going to get distorted. So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation of the scopes in the game. And I think I've kind of mentioned before, but it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated into it, so it's really quite proud of that. Next feature I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level control, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward text to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight of how this works, we've got something called Unified Tone Mapping Curve, and this is the process where we map the real-life colors of real-life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin tones. We don't want them turning red or white or doing anything bizarre. Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time, and we're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing. We've got CIGs, we've got our own temporal super resolution solution called TSR. We've got AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS 2 as well. They each have different characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs, so it's important to get you all 3 so you could have a choice of what you want to look. On the left here, we've just got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA solution. And this gives us better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution. And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later. But basically, we can get about 2 times GPU performance if you're interested in using the upscaling technique. Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR-free and DLSS-free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first. Some other quick updates. We've got the screen space shadows as added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows across characters, and it's particularly on planets, it helps a lot. And we've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU. And it does something we call load balancing. It will scale dynamically for your GPU to make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the screen space shadows mean, here we've got a planet with no shadows. I think it's Microtech. The shadow maps, so you see these, the normal shadow maps that fill in half the scene. But then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking at floating. Next up, I just want to talk about planets for a little bit. It's something I get asked about a lot of what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can type of do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, we don't have beaches at the moment. We'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we get asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what's responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago. Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps. And we'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got 3 options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, TerraGen, things like this, where you could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some noise. We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is a height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And the little circular patches get added together, and to avoid any seams in the image. And then just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract. Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently. Thank you. So the last thing I wanted to talk about today is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan. This has been ongoing for quite some time, taking a lot longer than we would have liked, but we're finally getting to the end of this long journey. For those who don't know, the reason this was being implemented is largely for performance. We're going to be getting at least 2 times better performance on our CPU submission for rendering, which is often the bottleneck for the game, so that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements. We also get better control of memory with advanced GPU features like resizable bar. And it also opens the door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running, it's live captured. So I can't remember which ship is this, but it's it's all working fine now. There's a couple of hitches in performance, so we can't quite release it yet, but we're looking into them, the last few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully we'll be releasing it soon. So, like I said, one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
Hi, I'm Ben Parry, and this is Global Illumination. So, as Ali just said, moving over to the Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And the best thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use. Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far, but first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the sun, lights in the level, that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin. Now, for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI here, just to aid the comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool. So next up, the boring or the interesting bit. How are we doing it? How does the tech work? I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse, smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good. And we do generate a lot of probes. So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per room. And the new system is about 25,000 probes that are all on screen at the same time. And we're going to see that now. So here's a scene that I've dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the old lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area. So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around themselves. And then we interpolate that to provide like a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things. And there is the final composite. So what else does it do? Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas. You can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the scene. Ooh. And that means that the art team can really lean into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one. As you can already see, like the spotlight's really like throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this continuous smooth view. And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the world without having to add special lights to fake it. So yeah, there's two really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with. First off, cockpit brightness. We capture at the moment the at the moment we capture that cockpit probe in a setup scene, and then we don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in. And then we've got the opposite problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays sometimes they're light. You land somewhere dark, you open up the doors, and now you've just got this weird little light room with nothing spilling out of it. So again, let's have a video. Oh yeah, so this is the old system. The sun's working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already see the skylight is kind of helping a little, but then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting. And yet there's more. See, one of the concerns we had was that we didn't want to create a two-tier system. If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing or seeing for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them. So what we've been experimenting with is trying to create a new low bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as creating a new high bar. And the idea for this is basically to take that single room environment probe system that we have been using, update it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff, can look at the old system, and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like, just, it's overly lit, let's be honest. And now this is what Star Citizen would have looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but it's a lot more dynamic than the old system. And finally, I'm just going to show you a to-do list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture, and for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water and all the other transparent things in the game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally. And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous scale on some things, and we've got plans to make sure that this GI extends to handle that full scale. Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you now. I've been Ben Parry. Next up, we've got Star Clock with Chris Rain.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two, but 3 new physics of our physics engine. And I would like to start off by introducing Star Cloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video. So this is just regular player movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground. You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind and has accurate collisions with the player's body. We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects. You can play football in any outfit. StarCloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement to extreme poses. StarCloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand-optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties. It's high fidelity, high quality. We want to raise the bar with this. The visual geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry. This allows us to share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the football. Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth. The same applies to the static environment as well. The cloth will drape itself around the environment, so brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Now, notice how there is a jump between the elbow and the lower arm, and another jump where the forearm connects to the hands. These jumps pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything. We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at. We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do one update for the cloth simulation. If the game updates at 60 FPS, like in the image, we simulate the cloth twice. Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters, even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling. Thank you. One area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above. This is a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much space and the simulation collisions have to be absolutely accurate. This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect, but once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect. Here you see a rendering with a high-fidelity cloth disabled. And here the same scene with it enabled. To be continued, tomorrow much more can be seen about Starcloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out. Thank you. So, next up, Star Hair. Currently, we have the ability to simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums. The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles. Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands. This is a single strand isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes, we initially thought we could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing. Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engine. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate these. They're much simpler. So, and hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices, and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone. For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Cossarat rods. A Cossarat rod allows you to model the behavior of slender one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear, exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like. So this is a test of various head movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context, and very tricky to get right. We're actually simulating all the hair strands. So we will have characters being able to run their hands through their hair and have the hair react realistically. A barber simulation next. Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video. Thank you. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce Maelstrom, our physically based destruction system. And I would like to do that with a video that I believe speaks for itself. See the water splashes? We want players' intuitive prediction of the effect a weapon or a collision has to actually happen in the engine or in the game. So we decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity. If something breaks off due to its structural integrity decreasing below a certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion. If you shoot off a wing, the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with. From the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Maelstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily. To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating, or rather absorbing, energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons, and also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected and which item might be affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints. And they also embed the hierarchy of all physical geometries. They essentially represent a ground truth of the entire hierarchy necessary to perform all our goals for Maelstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the Gladius. I'd like to show one more video of Maelstrom before we continue. We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams. In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyze the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers connected to the body. We then project forces from impacts and explosions onto these cantilever beams and calculate the stress the beams experience. Over time, this stress turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels. Physical material properties influence damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness, Young's modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Great, thank you. All right. I am not this person, but I'm filling in with him. So far, I mean, you guys think this is going to change your game up to now? All these new features? Hell yeah. Okay. So we've seen updates from fire, water, we've just seen force, we've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's going to show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to StarEngine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi CitizenCon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player, and with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action. They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result. The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener. Let's show you the same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this. But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat. Sounds good, but what if we wanted a little more realism? The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time, and a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option. Here, your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio. Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area. With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience. Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact. That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
All right. Hello, everyone. So, persistent entity streaming, replication layer, and beyond. My name is Paul Reindel. I'm Director for Online Technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech. And I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video, like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration. And that's what I'm going to do. All right. So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here. Let me set up everything. One moment, sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that. This is live, all right. So again, on this side, you see the client. And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen, which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server, everything streams in, and my client connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that shard, and we at real time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player. You will see his mobiGlas, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red. And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system. And that allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in StarEngine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So spawn a couple more here. And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones. And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single shard. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state. So now I have a second player join. Banu is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think you see him over there. Hey, Ben. Sorry. Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing, and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen. So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. And so this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Banu kind of froze there for a bit, and the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. It should come back online in a second. And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state. It restored the state, and the simulation just continues to work as before. So this will be, again, this is very early tech, but this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split. But there's one more thing. And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart. And this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here. All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened? Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh. All right. So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works, because it is truly magic. Each server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, OK, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now, as I transition between those zones, you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scene. And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that even entities, as they transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone. And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on the green zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity. And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone. There you go. Always fun to blow stuff up, right? All right. So there's more to this. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed my old one. When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate. And that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around with this buggy between the zones, I will switch between the different servers. All right. But there's more to this. So remember when I turned on the streaming earlier? The same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like, obviously, in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming comes into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in. And the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that into the red zone. What happens on that purple server? And I just disappear. So right now, on this server, there's only Banu replicated. And Banu, if you come to me over in the red area, you will see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area. And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running in live with a bit more things going on. Let me get out of this buggy. And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client replicated. Yeah. So yes, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to this point. And I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team, big shout outs to the online services team, big shout outs to Chris to let us doing this.
It's been a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if a server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried. It's like giving birth.
We did it!
And we wouldn't have been able to do this and work on this kind of tech without all your support.
That's right.
100%.
Now, you guys
and your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it right, to really build it. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone, and thank you everyone at CIG that's really worked hard to deliver all this amazing stuff that will be either in your hands now or in your hands very soon. And this is just the beginning of CitizenCon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
Yeah.
That's what we need for this MMO, guys. That's what we need.
Great demo, by the way. That's good.
All right.
That was great. Come on, come here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I know I'm live. Dan, I gotta digest what we just saw. Take it away from that boat, Dan.
What is up, everyone? We are back here on the CitizenCon show floor. Give it up for that amazing panel you just saw. We are so excited to have all that stuff working. We're here at the Atmo Fight or Flight area here at CitizenCon 2953 at the Los Angeles Convention Center. I have with me 2 of our content creators who are going to be in the Fight or Flight later today. We got Bognagas and Lizzie. What is up, guys? We're going to be doing some lightning round questions about your guys' upcoming stuff. First question, how does it feel to see Atmo come to life here at CitizenCon?
It's so cool. It's this is the first real esports thing at an event like this for Star Citizen, so I'm really excited to be a part of it.
I think it's a great opportunity for the community to showcase the PvP in the Star Citizen community.
Fantastic. What's your mindset going into your guys' match today?
Don't lose, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'm gonna beat him.
Good mindsets. Preferred dogfighting ship?
The Arrow.
Definitely the Ghost, Hornet Ghost.
All right. Advice to people learning dogfighting in Star Citizen?
Nose to the grindstone, go hard at it.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Just jump into Arena Commander and just put in the hours. It's a lot of fun, worth it.
All right. Where can people follow you guys?
Twitch and Twitter, LazyB_.
Yeah, same thing. Twitch, Bognagas.
All right. And, you know, a lot of tension, a lot of animosity. Say something nice about your opponent.
He's got a great mustache.
I'm going to feel really bad blowing him up.
All right, guys. Well, that is it for Atmo Fight or Flight. The matches are going to be starting soon. I'm going to cut it back to Jared and the CitizenCon main stage. We'll see you guys back here on the floor soon. See you guys then.
Hello. I'm Thorsten Leimann, lead systems designer for the EUPU team, and welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it several times, but this time it will be a little bit different. So before we start jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer. Everything that you are about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the vGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the resource network. So what is the resource network? The main drive for the resource network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network, as you can see on that picture, showing the connections between different items, even those inside of your containers. And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships. You're going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways. And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we're going to show today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. Let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets. There is tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state. You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting, and now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself. So all of this is, of course, optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting. While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed, and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it. So which will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury. So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health, so the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed, so I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius. So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way. So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view. So you can see the full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like power plants, weapons, also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item, that means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stowed, the health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over a relay, that I will be hopefully doing soon, you will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active, and because a relay consists of several fuses, basically they're their own set of lives. And here you see all the details. And you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection. And what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again. So something to highlight here, take a closer look at the doors. Since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment. So Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state. So I'm running now with a fuse and place it in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition, so everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states, where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better. So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp or the front side facing ramp or the back facing ramp. So we did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented. And yeah, well, the consequence is death. So, as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant. So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons. Isn't the best choice, since you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. You would be able to shoot though. And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
So I will talk about malfunctions real quick and get you guys to the next video since we're a bit behind schedule. What are malfunctions? You've seen misfires in the persistent universe for seals, for thrusters. You've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex. We're making them more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with. Also, some of the new malfunctions will include fire, spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the ship, or signature burst, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily. As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works. Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own. So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher to mix results. And here we have the option of using the life support system to also set up before and just vent in the area. And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out. Okay, so let's get Thorsten back on stage. You saw a lot of the systems in action, but let's get a video of one of our play sessions, which is going to probably show it a bit better.
So, yeah. I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, we wanted to talk about.
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration at a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So, yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah, well, prevent further damage to it, but yeah, I failed. Yeah, so that was causing a bit to the panic, so I even got distracted in this moment. So we managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, oh, actually the power plant also starts to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, yeah, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but yeah, didn't manage to. Yeah, the attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I noticed that the second power plant is also got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it. And At this point, we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed. So here you see it very clearly that with a relay being destroyed at the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic. Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here, trying to save the second power plant because we're already running out of battery life. So if we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think at in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away. So we at least managed to save one of the power plants. Yeah, that's now, I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse. And the next step was the pilot trying to push the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died. And the end of the show. Yeah, thanks. So what you just saw gives a good idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments, sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, active feature team, and the Arena Commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey. Wait, there's one more thing. So we really want to get your hands, we really want you to get your hands on this because we already had a lot of fun with it. I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander. So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU. And this will be soon. So, thank you.
Camera 4. Hi, everybody. I think it's, there we are. You know, when we started this, we said we'd have a nice, relaxed pace. That's a lot of new content coming in just the last 2.5 hours now. We are going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck not? And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have a time to open your mouth and talk to your communities, because I can imagine you over the last 2.5 hours just trying to get a word in edgewise. So let's go to the cosplay contest, hosted by Galactica, our social media manager, with special judges Kat, Forrest, and me.
Hello and welcome to the Citizen 2953 cosplay contest powered by TobiiGaming. I'm Galactica, social media manager for Star Citizen, or as I like to say, professional ship poster. And on stage with me, I have Kat Reeves. She's our creative director. Okay. And then next to Kat, we have Forrest, who's our principal technical artist, and who let this guy on stage? Security? And of course, Jared Huckabee. What's her title these days?
Creative content doofus.
All right. So, really quick, we did say that this was powered by TobiiGaming. And for those of you in the audience, just out of curiosity, who has used a Tobii eye tracker before? Okay, a good number of you. Okay, so for those of you who have not used the Tobii eye tracker, I want you to look to the left. I didn't see anybody look to the left. Everybody look to the left. And now to the right. All right, now wouldn't that be awesome if you could do that in-game and not have to use your hands to do camera controls? That would free up your ability to focus on your flight and your fighting in-game. And with all of that, you can do with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5, which is some of the prizes that we're going to be giving out today. So thank you so much, Tobii, for being here and for providing these prizes for us. All right, now, who's ready to see some cosplayers? Can we get some drum rolls? Yes! Judges, are you ready? Yes. Yes? Are you sure? Yes. Okay. All right, so coming up first, we have Diabolus.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Do a spin for us.
Who is this? Who is this?
This
Diabolus.
is the Artemix Elite Hurston armor.
If you want to get a closer look or ask any questions, you're more than welcome to.
How you doing, man?
I can't see anything and I can't hear anything.
It's right here. I'll guide you. I'll guide you. He can't see anything. Come this way and stand right here. Just don't move. You'll be safe.
We're letting them walk right off the stage.
We're ready for cosplayer number 2 with Kin Shadow.
Wow.
Make some noise for Kin Shadow.
That was Kin Shadow?
That is Kin Shadow. All right, and number 3 is a little bit special. We have the entire Ninetales gang.
Quick.
Hey, you guys know this isn't Grimhex, right?
I think we're human shields right now.
All right, I think Jumptown might be safe right now.
How tight are those pants?
Not that tight. Not for a good time.
Do this?
Squat test confirmed.
Okay. Next.
All right, next is Hindrosa.
I want to move you. Oh, come down here. Everywhere. I got you. Right there. Good job. Okay.
So if you are not familiar with Hindrosa does stream on Twitch, and I was lurking a little bit in his chat while he was making this outfit, and he told me that he has never made a cosplay before, and that he had to learn how to sew and do a lot of different fabrications in order to make this outfit, which is quite impressive for a first cosplay. I've made probably about 100 cosplays, and they look nothing like that, so GG's. All right, up next, we have Lito as Jimmy. There we go. I was waiting for that.
I'll be right back. Keep going without me.
Are we going to get Jax?
Where is Jax? Have you seen him? Have you seen Jax? No.
Are we waiting for Jimmy?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's take a look at him while we're waiting.
Anybody want to sing a song? People? All right, for everybody who's on stage, I want you to do like your best in-game emotes impression. Oh, there we go. Oh. Well, the real Jimmy,
Did he just
please
have
stand
that?
up.
Like,
He always has that.
I can't see.
All right, and up next we have Britty Kitty.
What's your name?
Wow.
Can you see in that thing?
That's amazing. All right, and next we have Jack Montana. I'm
The
digging
only
the
one that's
backpack.
going to be able to bring Luke back.
I know.
All right, and next we have a familiar face, Sigelian. Also, side note, if you have never had pizza made by Sigelian, I highly recommend it. You're missing out. All right. And up next we have Cyberwolf 74.
-5 points.
Right over.
Doesn't know where to go.
All right, and last we have Cats.
Guys, step forward on this line. Step forward on this line. In the middle of this.
And her Pico sidekick, of course. We can't forget Pico.
I love your nice
That
little
is so
Pico.
great.
Step forward.
Perfect.
All right, judges, feel free to go around, ask questions, think really hard, and let me know when you have your top 3.
All right. Hey, John, can we kill the... Good. There you go.
Testing. My mic is on. We good?
Yeah. Are we back on? Are we back on? All right.
All right.
So that was that was easier than we thought. You got yours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got mine. I think I got mine.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm
All
happy.
right, let's announce our 3rd place winner.
Step forward.
I'll let Kat announce it.
So in third place, we have Diabolus in the Artemex Elite Hurston armor, and you win a Tobii Eye Tracker 5 and an A1 Spirit. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Awesome job.
Wait, and a Spirit?
Yeah.
All right, if I can have you, when you're done, just stand right here.
All right.
All right, let's have you stand right here, because then we're gonna have everybody line up. I don't know if he can see very well. I was gonna lead you along. All right, right here. Okay, right, yep, don't need to get off stage, but right here is fine, okay. And second place winner, Forrest, who do we got?
I'll step back, right here.
For second place, went with Hydrosa with the advocacy. Woo!
Oh. Congratulations. All right, I'm going to have you stand right here. And can we get a drum roll in the audience, please? Make some noise.
All right. First place is an OG. This is a Star Citizen, goes back to 2012. I've been to Disneyland with this guy. I've bled with this guy. I pushed him around in a wheelchair. Just so happens to have our first place costume this year. Ken Shadow with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5 and an Anvil Carrot. All right. Pictures. And then receive your trophy.
Congratulations. I'm going to have you stand right here. So we know that these cosplayers put a lot of work and time and dedication into their outfits. So as a little token of appreciation, we're also going to give everybody here on stage with us today a free ship that I cannot announce until the next panel. So if you want to know what that ship is, stay tuned for the next panel and you'll find out. But thank you all for being here and for putting all this work into your outfits. Judges, do we have any final thoughts?
No, I think we need to get together and take a big photo and then go to lunch.
Let's do that.
All right, let's get together. Here. Close gaps. Close ranks.
Huddle.
Wait, get in here, Forrest.
Woo! Say Soul Citizens.
No. Say Star Citizen. You too, Tyler? Yeah. All right, everybody, that does it for us. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 3 p.m. with Talking Ship. So.
And as your resident social media manager, I have to remind you to make sure you're using the hashtag CitizenCon2953 when you're uploading your photos to social media. We're actually going to reward some of our favorite posts with some VKB joysticks, so make sure you're putting those on Twitter or X, whatever we're calling it these days. Thank y'all, and enjoy the rest of your CitizenCon. Thank you guys so much.
Hey everybody, welcome back to CitizenCon 2953. I hope you had a delicious lunch. I had a pizza from the Galaxy Court here at the LA Convention Center, and it was just like the pizza I had at the Galaxy Court in the LA Convention Center back in 2005. I'm talking about the quality. It was good. It's just as good. We are here in the General Lounge. Oh, hey, we just came on in the General Lounge. Now batting center fielder, Manimoto. All right, so we're here in the General Lounge with a collection of Star Citizens among us, waiting for the start of our talking ship panel. I almost said the wrong thing. Our talking ship panel. That was my pun, and boy, I didn't realize how dangerous it was until I was live. Guys, we've seen 2 presentations so far. The first one had a whole lot of things in it. All at once, what was your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Space cows.
Space cows? Server meshing! Now, that story Chris told is the absolute truth. 3 weeks ago, we're just having a meeting, just this general, like, hey, what are you, just checking in on everything we're going to show at CitizenCon. And Paul shows him and goes, I have this video to show. I think I know how to show server meshing. And we watched it, and we're just like, and Chris challenged him right there. I said, hey, if you were brave at all, you'd do it live on stage. And then challenged him again to add 2 people, then challenged him again to add 6 people. And yeah, that's what we do. If you can do it live, you can do it live. What's the thing you're most looking forward to? Pyro? Pyro? Just wait. Remember, there's a day 2. Also, you may have missed it during Chris's announcement. The Pyro Playground, which we're about to go to Dan Haubrek, he's going to show us, is actually going to be available in the new Star Citizen preview channel. You can learn all about the preview channel and how that's going to work up on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website. There's going to be a selection. There's going to be a lottery of people who got the digital goodies pack from CitizenCon. Those people in our concierge, and of course, our selection of our most devoted testers. And then they'll be able to play in the preview channel throughout the remainder of this year before it goes to PTU and then eventually its live release. So with that, let's go to the Pyro Playground. Dan, take it away, man.
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you. Glad to see you're back out from backstage. Welcome back, everyone, to CitizenCon 2953. We are back on the show floor. Specifically, we are at the Pyro Playground, easily the key feature of the show floor. We want to give a quick shout out to our 2 sponsors who helped make Pyro Playground and Checkmate Station possible. Shout out to CLX Gaming and Asus Republic of Gamers. You guys literally helped make this show happen. You helped make the Pyro Playground happen. If you look behind me, you see all these amazing gamers who are experiencing Pyro for the very first time. It's one of the key features of CitizenCon this year, and we're so excited to bring Pyro into the hands of everyone who's here. Hopefully you guys get a chance to check out the Pyro Playground later today. I want to talk a little bit about what made Pyro so spectacular to bring it here, and to help me do that, we got Michael Smith. You guys may know him as Bayor, head of the player experience team, talking a little bit about what it was like to bring Pyro here. How's it going, Bayor?
Pretty good, really good.
Now, Bayor, really quick question. What were your expectations bringing Pyro into players' hands for the first time? I mean, it must have been a very kind of nerve-wracking thing. There's a lot of anticipation for something like that. So what was your expectations bringing it here today?
Well, honestly, I didn't really have a lot of expectations because Pyro is an entire system. So it was just, let's get it out there, let's see what happens, and see how much we can get done, how much content we can get out. But yeah, I have no expectations.
Yeah, it's so big that you just can't think about how big it is. It's so monumental. And from what I've been seeing, people are having a blast. Everyone I've seen come out of the Pyro Playground has a big smile on their face. Their faces look blown. They just look so happy to experience Pyro. And so what's the coolest reaction you've seen so far today?
Honestly, a lot of it's been the environment, but the big surprise has actually been some of the FPS AI. I think players who are going to fight the FPS AI are kind of surprised they're so hard. Some of that stuff is new tech, so it's neat to see players dealing with that and realizing, oh my god, I have to really struggle with this and really fight to deal with these AI. It's really fun.
So would you say it's a little bit more improved than what's currently on live right now?
Miles better, yeah.
That's fantastic. So give us your 30-second journey of when you got your hands on Pyro, because we've had multiple internal playtests leading up to CitizenCon. I've been in several of them, and I know what it was like for me being in Pyro for the first time. But for you, what was it like getting to play Pyro for the first time?
Honestly, by the time I played it, it was pretty polished, pretty surprising, and it was just so mind-blowing to see how different the environments were. But it's also moved a long way since then, and so it's been fun to see every single iteration. But yeah, the first experience is just super mind-blowing. It just looks so different.
Yeah, it's just being on Checkmate Station. You couldn't get lost there forever, and players only have 40 minutes to do the Pyro Playground. And I've seen people go back in line. I've seen people just like go and redo things that they didn't get a chance to do the first time. So what advice do you have for people who are here at CitizenCon? Spoiler-free, again, we want to give people at home something to look forward to. What is your spoiler-free suggestion for people who are here going through it?
Honestly, I would suggest to get out of the station. The station is really, really cool, but get to a ship, get to one of the planets, and get to an outpost, and especially see if you can do one of the FPS AI missions, because they're really, really cool, and that's a really, really fun journey.
And we have Chief Technology Officer Benoit here. Benoit, what do you feel, completely unplanned, didn't ask him to come by and he just stopped in. Benoit, what do you feel about Pyro?
Oh, Pyro is fantastic. I love the new experience. I love the new environments. I love the FPS we're getting on these machines here. If you were at the playground, oh my God, like this is great. So I'm super excited about the...
Yeah. Sorry for cutting you off there. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the screens, and it's so smooth. Like, it's so great to see people like enjoying Pyro for the first time with such a great experience to have for the first time for Pyro. So thank you guys for bringing Pyro to the players' hands for the first time. And we're going to talk really quick. Thank you, Benoit, for your photo bomb. Thank you, Bayor. We're going to talk to a player who just got to experience Pyro for the very first time. We got user Nick at Night here. So tell me, Nick at Night, again, what was your spoiler-free impressions of Pyro? Sort of impressions or feelings when you got to be in Pyro for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, I think calling it a playground is just missing how immersive that is currently in this build. I, as Bayor mentioned, got out of the station, was able to see everything in the universe, and man, was it just amazing to kind of go between the asteroid belts into the new planets and see all those new things that you guys have been working on. So I was really excited.
I love that. Yeah, there's some really cool things. I cannot stress enough how, if you are here at CitizenCon, come over to the Pyro Playground, because it is just such an amazing experience. It's nothing like Stanton. It is so unique to its own vibe. So how do you think we did making Pyro here at CitizenCon? I mean, the people at home have seen bits and glimpses, but for you who's been able to see the whole thing, do you think we did a good job recreating Pyro now that you've gotten a chance to be in it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from the game into the booths, to the community events, to the way that you guys have put everything together, I mean, it does feel like we are in Pyro right now. It's amazing.
Good. We did it, guys. Everyone wrap it up. We're calling it a day. That's not true. We're still got another day of panels left to do. So last question. This is kind of a fun one. When Pyro makes it into live, where are you setting your spawn? Are you setting it to Stanton, or are you setting it to Pyro?
Oh, Pyro, hands down.
You heard it here. This guy had such a great experience with the Pyro Playground that he is going to set his spawn to Pyro. Nick and I want to thank you for coming up here. Really appreciate it. I'm going to throw it back to Jared really quick and make sure that we are on our way back to the panels you guys are looking forward to so much. We'll see you back here on the floor soon.
Am I on? Am I live? I can't hear anything. Wave to me. Okay, there we go. Hi, everybody. It's very loud here in the community booths area. We're here in front of Soul Armada, Altoma Energy. There's Atlas Defense Industries. I don't know why. I just decided I was going to pick on you today. It's all right, cool. We're here. I want to show something off. So one of the things that happens anytime that we show up at one of these events, whether it's Gamescom or CitizenCon or even a Bar Citizen, is people give you things that you have to fit into your luggage when you go home, which is not always the easiest thing on an international flight. Today, just 9 minutes ago, I got something I'm going to make some room for. So there is an org. They do this amazing, we had an older version, you may have seen me show it off before. Delta Consulting Aviation Products, they make air traffic controller manuals for every landing zone and POI in the Stanton system. The one I've had for the last 5 years is one of my absolute most treasured items, and the guy just showed up and handed me another one. So I don't know what I'm leaving behind from my luggage, but we're gonna have some like Survivor style, you must leave the island, so we're leaving something behind. So with this, Let's take a look at Sol Armato here. Sol Armato is one of the community orgs that have a booth here. I don't have time to interview. We got to get to the show. I just want to see your jacket. Yeah. Show us your jacket.
Big mini patch from Star Citizen.
The Star Citizen. That's the killer. You got a giant Invictus patch. So, what legal clearance did you get in order to make that?
Absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. It's one of one.
Toast!
I thought
he's floating around here somewhere. I won't tell him if you don't. All right, let's come on over here to what is this? Altama Energy. You might have seen Sigelian from Altama Energy in the cosplay contest before we went to lunch. Altama, how you doing, guys? I noticed this full-size Starfarer in Lego. I will trade you a flight deck man. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way I'd get that back through customs or survive in my luggage. And then, of course, over here we have Atlas Defense Industries. Oh, hi, Jesse.
Hi, how you doing, Jared?
I work with Jesse in the office. We have Atlas Defense Industries over here. What do you guys got going on?
Oh, we got a raffle going on, so if you haven't come by, sign up for
You got a raffle?
Yeah, we're giving away 3D printed stuff, so I've printed out some awesome stuff like this Tiger's Claw here. I've got a little Pisces here, and then some 3D printed artwork here that I've done up. So if you want to come over and get in the raffle, we're also giving out a ship at 5. And we're giving out every hour, so come on over.
What happens if I win?
Oh, you get an awesome back rub from our lovely JDM.
All right. You might think Jared's being really bad at this and he's not putting the microphone in front of this guy's face, but he just offered me a back rub, and it's just better if that didn't go out on the live stream. Okay, we got one more thing to check out. What is this? This is for me to take home? What is this, touch me?
Are you going to make room for it?
Touch me? Oh my goodness. Wow.
Oh,
wait. Oh.
There's an Easter egg.
Can't. It's just like my book. Wow. At this point, I'm legitimately so tired I don't have anything to offer in retort. This is just dang cool. Oh, all right, so I'm in my ear. It's time to return back to Hall A. Talking Ship with John Crew, Ben Curtis, Ellen Batchelor Jr., and Mark Gibson is coming up. So stay tuned. After that, Navigating the Universe with members of our UI team. And like I said at the beginning, everything you were thinking you were going to see, you're going to see that and more. So stay tuned. That's coming up next. I'm going to sit down and have a refreshing beverage. Take care, everybody.
Someone is in need of hope. You can feel it in the atmosphere. The spirit of Crusader. Keeping the universe safe and secure. Forge the future you want to see. The A1 spirit from Crusader Industries.
Hi everyone. Have we had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director at CIG.
So we're going to spend the next 45 minutes talking ship. We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen, some cool stuff that you're not supposed to have seen, but you probably already have, and some cool stuff, again, you're not supposed to have seen, but what you've seen is wrong. So hopefully we can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the A1 Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into
the actual art and visuals of the ship.
As we move into the heart of the ship, this area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs. And then we go straight into engineering, where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs. Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds, everything you're going to need. And then right at the cockpit, we have a two-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons. We've got our rear-mounted remote turret. And then underneath, it's all business. We've got the missile racks, and we've got the big bomb bays. And I think overall, Crusader have done it again. They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich in something stylish, sleek, looks fast, but still super aggressive. And then here is one last look. Oh, or not. Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
There. So we had a really cool cutaway that you half saw. I'm sure we can show you that again later. If you like what you saw there, that is available now on that link and a QR code there that hopefully takes you to the right place. So that is available in Alpha 3.21, which went live Thursday. I've honestly lost track of time the last few days. So yeah, that's the current. Let's talk about something a bit further in the past. So we have a timeline here from the today all the way through to today in game. And throughout that time period, we have our manufacturers in law, starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which is this year in game. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora, and we have the Gladius. However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that. So, the RSI Zeus. So, in 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released, the first ship that was kind of available to the mass market that had quantum capability. This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront of ship development. Now, it was a really good thing. It really kind of boosted them as a company, but it wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues with its hull integrity. That being said, there's always kind of been this demand for RSI to release the Zeus. It's kind of had this cult following that's grown up over the years. I'm kind of very happy to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe. Visually, it's something that pays homage back to the original Zeus, and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all current safety standards and all our current ship production techniques. So, do you want to have a look at the all-new RSI Zeus Mark II? Okay then. Here it is. So, We are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through this, and you can see there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So over to Mark and Elwin. Let's give them a welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
And I'm Owen Batchelor. And I'm Owen Batchelor, vehicle art director in North America. What do you guys think? Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design and see how we've reimagined it.
So, when we decided we wanted to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't just remake the original Zeus because, although it was obviously a massive piece of history, all it was really used for was transporting and moving around. So we had to consider exactly what we wanted to do with the ship. In the end, we decided to go for 3 variants, allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the game. So what we're going to do is talk about those variants that we decided on in the end and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe. Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back. It's also been purposely outfitted so that you have all the tools that you need to disable, capture, and bring them home. Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper. Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II. This is designed so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Of the 3 variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens back the most to the original design, with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design with tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret, as well as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look. Despite the sleek and slim body of the Zeus, we've been able to pack a lot into it to give everything you need when you're doing the deep space exploration. You have a fairly comfortable habitation recreation area so that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant. In addition to that, the rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as being able to fit a Cyclone, so if you do decide to land on our planet, you can have a look around. Talking about the loadout, it's a ship designed for 3 crew. It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators, 2 size 2 power plants, 2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elwin mentioned earlier is a size 3 remote turret.
Now, the Zeus Mark was always designed from the beginning to be a sleek and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also redesigned the spine in order to embed an EMP and a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
Looking at the interior of the Mark, you see that the habitation's taken a little bit of a hit. It moved forward, but what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory. Let you take all the different weapons and equipment you might need while you're tracking your target along the verse. Looking into the rear, we actually have a dedicated area just for the actual bounty hunter pods, similar to what you'll see in the Cutlass Blue, so you can stack up the pods and take multiple people back with you. It has less SCU than the ES. It only has 16 SCU, and it does have a different loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like Elwin said, it does have a top-mounted forward-facing turret so that you can put the pressure on the target as you're chasing them. The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
Now, because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior with a warning strip paint job, and we've covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam, which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
As you can see, there is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to the others. The habitation areas have been massively pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo. This one also features 3 size 2 shield generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a size 3 tractor beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you're actually playing. What do you think? So, last year we introduced the Spirit, and anyone that may be playing on live the last couple of days might have seen a new ship added to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then in about a year's time, hopefully it'll be ready to reveal to the public to actually play with. But this isn't just a concept. We're not just going to show you some images. The Zeus is actually in active white box development right now. Do you just want to have a look? Shall we? Okay.
Yeah. All right, so as you guys have seen with the Spirit, and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process, and this is the first stage in that process. We call this white box. At this point, we've taken the concept, ripped it to shreds, and then reassembled it and plugged it all back together within the editor so that we can get a real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game. At this stage, with the Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters, we've ripped out the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here. So again, the beginning of the process. At this point, we're able to jump in, start throwing in cargo, interacting with doors, getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets, and just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms, and as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder. And up here in the cockpit, we've separated the co-pilot seats a tad bit just to allow players to get in and out a little easier. So with white box, not the prettiest stage in the process, but it is essential that we nail this, because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
So that was the RSI Zeus in the 3 variants. Obviously, as the screen says behind me, it's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me. Now, we've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship. We're going to talk about the Cutter. Good little ship. So, obviously, last year, IEE, we unveiled the Cutter, and you guys seem to love it. Some interesting information about it. It was actually the single most popular straight-to-flight ready ship we've ever released. You guys really, really liked it. In addition to that, it's actually the best-selling Drake ship to date. But what people didn't know, and we kept a very good guarded secret that no one managed to figure out, no one, it was always meant to be a family of 3. Now, what everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family, the Scout.
All right, let's just take a minute and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out. When the original when the original cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a unique identity to each version. On the Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual thruster system. And you'll see here we've also added a radar dish to the top, which relates directly to the scanning gameplay that comes with this ship. In addition to that, we have a series of exterior bottom modifications to just push that flavor a little bit further. And you'll see here a transition between the default and the Scout, so you can clearly see the differences. On the interior, we've expanded the rear section of the ship in order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second. Along with that, we've also increased the space in the rear to house the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay. Now, expanding the rear did encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange the components in that room so that nothing was lost in the transition. And on the cockpit, it's the same cockpit that you all know and love from the original cutter. From this view, you'll more clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve. We're really proud of what the team has done with this ship, and we hope you like the Scout as much as we do.
So, obviously, we've just introduced the Scout. What are the main differences between the base? It is a variant, after all. So, the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, and to supply that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2 cooler. Getting tripped on my own words. As well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier. And unfortunately, it has lost 2 SU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SU cargo capacity instead of the 3. Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that. So what is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send a scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today, and there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output, so if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found. Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like, whatever it is it charging a quantum drive? Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you actually want to get to that location. That's just a brief glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now, the Cutter Scout is actually in 321. It's available. If you go to that address or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
And I'm Elwin. And before we step off, if you haven't had a chance to get one of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team. And if you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it. Other than that, thanks, guys, and have a great SitCon.
Small hit for you. John Crew is one of those names. Well, fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
Right. So, as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early. So I highly recommend sticking around for both the UI one and the flight one tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present. Let's talk about the future. So, here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog. So, each one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle. All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those gray ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark blue ones are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year. So, we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team. For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now going, that's the wrong number, this includes every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives, some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So every vehicle in the game, we have our hands on, and we do a lot of work to support them for you. Not the only thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help out. Ships are like the heroes of the game. You saw in the resource network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships. You will have seen, if you've been paying super close attention, some UI elements to do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that. So we do a lot of work across all aspects of both projects. And to do all that, we need to do a few things.
Okay, yeah, so John's talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2023, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal. Yeah, go Canada. So we've now got 5 artists, or vehicle artists, 1 vehicle designer, 1 embedded QA tester, and 1 producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of kind of talent that we can pick from, and it should really help us to deliver some more content to the game. And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team. Yeah, they're doing great. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the kind of the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And with more team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff, but we get more experience, we get more knowledge. And that's, that allows us to kind of tackle our larger, kind of more complex ships. You will notice there in 2022, there is a little dip. And unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences on what we are able to do as a team. I think, less people, so less power to put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us. With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably most well known, is the Banu Merchantman. Yeah. Now, we're going to take a quick look at where we got to with the Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022. So that video shows where we got up to with the merchantman. You can see we'd finished white box. We were kind of into grey box. Some areas were further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Cloud Imperium Games is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop? And the merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style, something that's very, very different from what we normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the merchantman. But with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team in 2022, we didn't just lose people. We lost a lot of the knowledge that went into building out that white box and really kind of delivering that art style. What we decided to do at the time is, rather than try and rush something out and just get something out to get it done, we looked at where we were, and for us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to invest in our team and use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that we've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the point. And I would absolutely love to be stood here on stage and going, yeah, look at the merchantman, it's amazing, like it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments. I do see all the notes about it, and I absolutely want to get this ship out and done. I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Yeah. To add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So, let's talk about something else quickly. So, Squadron 42 vehicles. How many of you have an Idris of some kind? Right. So, we plan to deliver the Idris alongside the Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery. Javelin owners, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait a bit longer after that. Is obviously the bigger ship players can own, and we have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it. And yeah, that will come after Squadron releases. And those of you who also have the Vandal Scythe, Glaive, Blade, after Squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well for that. Right. Next.
Okay. No kind of ship panel at a CitizenCon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year we changed things up. We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship, and you're going to see more about that at IEE next month. But again, this year we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video. Yeah. And yeah, just to confirm, that is the Polaris.
Yeah. So, we've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on like, why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that? So the thing about doing another RSI ship is that we've got a really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known element. That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them. And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship. Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy. Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can see what we want to take on after that.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today. However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here, so we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So, let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in engine in its white box state.
Did you guys see that? That was amazing! Give it up
for the ship team, everybody. That was amazing. We're back on the show floor at CitizenCon 2953 to show you more awesome things you guys might be missing if you're not here at the convention center. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a journey down just a leisurely Sunday road drive. And when I drive, I take my favorite vehicle for driving, the Drake Dragonfly. That's right. It is back from 2018 with a fresh new Pyro paint job that you can see in the digital goodies pack if you purchase it now from the Robert Space Industries pledge store. Check it out now. JRDF did an amazing job making the Dragonfly look super Pyro themed. Look here, we have the Pyro amalgamated label, I guess you would call it. I don't know what you would call it. I'm not a car guy. I'm not a Drake guy. We have like some very cool details, designs. I'm going to try and hop on it. Let's see how badly this goes. Like a glove. It's super cool being up here, actually. I didn't think it would be this cool being up here, but it feels like you're about to drive a Dragonfly. If you guys are still here at the show floor, be sure to check out the Drake Dragonfly. I really just want to, like, drive this thing off the stage. You know that, like, what's that feeling you have where you're, like, on a balcony, and you, like, look over the balcony, and you're, like, there's a little internal, it's intrusive thought. There's an intrusive thought where it's like jump. My intrusive thought is drive away. And I want to drive away on the Drake Dragonfly right now. This is so cool. We have photographers taking photos. If you guys are interested in looking at your photos afterwards, JRDF will be making those photos available to everybody. I'm sure we'll tweet it out. Galactica, get on it. You know, that's your job. Anyways, I'll cut it back over to Jared. I'll see you guys back here soon. Have fun.
Fight for the mic. Just fight for the mic. Just grab the mic when you have to ask. All right, so we are here with members of the vehicle team. I want to say, at the start of the show, I made it very clear that marketing did not make any of those videos. Developers made any of those videos. I can't help but notice that Polaris took out that Idris really quick. Are you trying to start about 50 different arguments on Reddit?
Oh, yeah. We love for the arguments. Love them. Polaris for life.
F the Idris.
Did the PG version, it's fine. Ben, would you like to go on record?
All ships are equally as brilliant as each other.
Until they get what's coming to them.
And Ellen, would you like to revise your answer?
F the Idris.
The views and opinions of Ellen Batchelor Jr. do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries. Don't look at us. Ben Parr's off the side. It's like just whatever. All right, so the Zeus. First question that I see a lot of people had on Twitch watching the stream is, obviously it doesn't look like the Zeus that we've all known from the lore and stuff. I mean, I think the first image of the Zeus was probably in 2012 or 2013 in that really early lore post. Why did we change it?
Were they not listening to the presentation?
I wasn't.
So there's a few things. Obviously, it was built as a product of its time, both in lore and back in the day.
I was too busy looking at how handsome you look.
Oh, thank you. But also, and I think Ben will probably want to talk about more of this, is we have design languages for RSI now, and it doesn't really fit in with them anymore.
Yeah, I think when we look at reimagining one of our ships, our manufacturers, we didn't want to just release the classic Mini today. We wanted to look at it and...
Today, so maybe tomorrow?
No. So what we wanted to do was, bring it up to standard, both in terms of its quality and what it can deliver as a ship, but also visually. I think RSI has grown as a manufacturer over the years. I think you can see how not all ships roll off the production line in day one. Each of our manufacturers also have a history, and I think it's fine to see progression for that throughout the timeline of our game. Sorry, Zach.
Just say you hate the Zeus.
But it's not just the visuals of it, though. It's important that the amount of time it would take to get your jalopy, because that's why I ask, and up to level.
I didn't do it. He did it. He did it.
This is the real reason.
You can be in the center. You can be in the center now. Go ahead.
The amount of time it takes to actually get a ship, the amount of time it takes to get a ship actually flight ready in the universe, it would be a lot of work to get something that, for the most part, has about the same amount of space as a space shuttle, and you wouldn't be able to use any of the gameplay. You wouldn't be able to fill it with cargo. It'd be really difficult getting out. And if they're spending that amount of time getting something flight ready in the universe, we'd much rather give you something you can engage with and do. It's fine. Do more with. It's far more interesting to get a ship that you can do bounty hunting in, or cargo in, or... He comes over, asks us to do an interview, and wanders off.
It's going to be one of those live streams, huh? All right, we're almost at the end. All right, so enough about what the Zeus isn't. The Zeus, favorite thing, top of your head, what's your favorite thing about the Zeus? Ellen? F the Idris. Mark, favorite thing about the Zeus?
EMP, quantum dampener.
Okay, favorite thing about the Zeus?
The white and black color scheme.
Favorite thing about the Zeus?
Its belly. It's got a really lovely, sleek belly.
Like a space shuttle.
I just had this image of a Zeus wearing Spanx. What are you laughing at? All right, so we also talked about the Cutter Scout. Is this the last variant of the Cutter we're going to see? When we first introduced the Cutter, we said it was a platform ripe for future variants. Is this the last Cutter variant that's on the thing, or can you maybe tease something for the future?
Absolutely not. There was obviously that mysteriously third blurred image. So the Montreal team, did both of them as basically their first onboarding task into the vehicle pipeline. Both of them are done now. So you will see the third one soon, TM.
You just have a done spaceship and you're not putting it out there.
Strange, isn't it?
That entire talk about the pipeline was BS. You've got a done spaceship. Put it out, John Crew.
No, we've just really streamlined it.
It's about the belly. All right. We're working with diminishing returns here, so we're going to wrap this up. We're going to go back to Dan. He's back in Hall B. I think he's at the merch booth. Dan, what do you got for us?
Well, the opposite of diminishing returns is amazing merch. I am here at the merch booth with some amazing merch that we made just for CitizenCon. Now, if you guys are at home feeling the FOMO, that's fair. You guys should have been here, and I'm very sad you're not here. But don't worry, if you're not here, most of the merch on display behind me is available for you guys to pick up at the RSI Pledge Store right now. There are obviously some exclusive CitizenCon stuff only for CitizenCon attendees. So if you're here at the show floor, come over to the merch booth. The line was astronomical earlier today. It's much more manageable now, so if you haven't gotten a chance to pick it up yet, now might be a good time to make your way over to the merch booth and pick up some stuff. I was given a sweet box as an early Luminalia present, so we're going to do a little bit of an unboxing to show you guys some of the cool stuff. I mentioned earlier that I helped the subscriber program at one point, and one of my favorite pieces of subscriber flair that I was responsible for was the CDF bobbleheads. We have brought them to life, finally. I know everyone has been asking for a long time for us to make these bobbleheads. Sure enough, we did. You can see them. People are blocking the way. Trust me, they look exactly like the ones in-game. They're super cool, super awesome. Again, if you want a little bit of the verse in your home, pick up a bobblehead on your way out. Thank you, Luminalia Claus, for your bobblehead. This is hard to do with one hand. What else we got here? We have this very nice... People keep saying we only make black shirts. We now have an orange shirts. Take that, haters. This is actually really soft. They gave me this for a bit. I'm probably just going to steal this, to be honest. You guys won't tell, right? You guys, hey, no narking. Everyone chat, be cool. And we finally, man, this is so cool. I've heard about this, but this is like feeling it for the first time. We have this Black Star Citizen hoodie. You can see on the sleeves we have Xion and Banu. I asked Dave Haddock directly what these said, and his response was, I don't know. So whatever they say, I'm sure it's something very profound and wise from these alien races. Again, I'm just going to steal this, so sorry, merch team, if you were expecting profits on those merch, you're not going to get them. Now, we do, again, have 3 exclusive merch items for people who are here at CitizenCon. We have a Pyro t-shirt, and we have 2 lithographs. I don't know if you can get... Oh, get... I can't take him anywhere. Truly, I cannot. I don't know if you're able to see that Burnin' Pyro t-shirt off over there. That is exclusive to people who are here at CitizenCon 2953. Also in the middle there, we have those 2 lithograph art pieces. Again, exclusive. This guy, I can't take him anywhere. Who was that man? No one important, I'm sure. But yes, we have those 2 exclusive art pieces for people who are here at CitizenCon 2953. Oh, what's this? Oh my God, that strange homeless-looking man also gave me these AirPod cases with a little Finley attached with it. You know what? Maybe that guy was all right. Whoever he is, I hope he's having a good day. But I actually do need new AirPod cases, so again, like everything else, I'm just going to keep this. I think that wraps it up for me, so I'm going to throw it back to the main convention floor. There's going to be a lot more stuff here at CitizenCon. You guys will see it either later today or tomorrow. See you guys then.
How you doing, Los Angeles? Boy, there's a lot of you here. It's great to see you. Hi. My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone. Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later. So my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. At previous CitizenCon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zane Bien. And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse. So, along with some of my UI friends that are hidden out the back there, we'd like to show you some of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe. So, why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, you know, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes, and there's an enormous amount of things to do and see and people to meet, and all this can be shared with friends online. And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows, it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in, fortunately, being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the HUD, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see, diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with. But our first real opportunity is through the helmet visor display. Now, the visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you. But this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if who remembers Arena Commander 1.0. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first ventures into the online universe, and as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses and tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important and at what time? So leaning on this technology that Zane and I and the UI tech team wrote a few years ago, we're trying to take a smarter perspective and rework the visor for you. So I'm not going to tell you about that.
I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it. Simon? You on this?
Hey, everybody. Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and with those come new UI. The various teams slotted pieces into whatever place made sense at the time, but this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered. We have lots of information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features and allows us to add more in future. And finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen persistent universe. So how do we go about that? I believe user interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we designed player-facing UI, we often tried to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible to make it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them. So, I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game? Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration? Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game. Okay, so as you can see, Bones driving. I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that in any presentation. Okay, welcome to the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen. But this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe. As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many of the elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bo, let's move into the scene, please.
All right.
Okay, when we get a new mission objective, it appears in the top right of the screen. And you can see that our first mission is to repair a radiation leak. We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system, so we can follow the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective. At the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass. Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective. We were already happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones. The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time it will wear down our suit and damage the player. Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it? If we were in space, we could use a salvage and repair ship. Luckily, the UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool. The military multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe. Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing. So let's head into the scene. Go on, Bone. Let's walk forwards a bit. Okay, now we fixed the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it. While we're on the way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the background levels, it will be easier for the enemies to detect us. Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently. Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan. This highlights whatever's in our line of sight. There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay. We can also see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone. Okay, we wanted to help the player see their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display. As well as the ammo in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens. Okay, let's fight the bad guys. There you can see our new explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more easily.
I got you covered.
You can do it? Okay. Well done, Bone. Success. Okay. There's no more hostiles nearby, so let's take a moment to talk about the mobiGlas. The mobiGlas is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the gameplay systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind, to make it look good and also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the mobiGlas, please, Bone. Pretty cool, huh? We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic. This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military mobiGlas we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the mobiGlas to the Star Citizen persistent universe. We'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the PU with a wider range of apps. Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen. It gives us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship. We can also check our mission objective. Okay, so that's enough about the mobiGlas. We've got some more really cool UI just around the corner. And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us. Without these systems in place to catalog our experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful. So, with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool. So, Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal. Let's go ahead and activate it. What you see on screen, zoom out a bit, what you see on screen is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in. You can see callouts of the various default points of interest. You can pan the map around, you can rotate it, and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to isolate the visuals of the floor that you're on. So our current objective, it's much more interesting if we can actually take this on the go. So let's download it to our databank. As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor. Now, the thing that's really interesting to note at this point is not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available. You may encounter rundown settlements, or you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before. What will happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal your environment and save that to your databank. So you kind of reveal it incrementally. So this map, what we see in the upper left corner of our visor, is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we can see contacts on our radar as we scan. And it's basically what we have available stored in our databank. So because we have the location data saved to our databank, we can obviously access that via our mobiGlas. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our mobiGlas, because this is going to get really interesting. So Bone, I would like you to cycle between the different floors for us, please. So you can see this lerping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective and also where we are. I would like to talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What you're seeing is not a pre-baked asset. And I want to reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment. And we can't export totally custom assets So what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost. So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to show you is something very interesting. So we might look around on this map and note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later. We can see some doors on this map, and these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state, which they will display red. And doors that are open will be green. And there are other entity callouts that can happen in our map. So let's go ahead and find a location to put down a pin, please, Bone. Maybe that one. Maybe that door looks interesting. Press T. So what we can do is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can specify. So we can mark as many markers as we want in this map. And these are all saved to our data bank, and we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers on the market. So the thing about this, we can't really talk about markers without mentioning data running. So you might specialize in exploration, whereas perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they may make investments in their equipment. So you, as an explorer, might be in the business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data and yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll have, when you sell it on the market, you could get rated for how accurate the data is. So the other thing is we have a mission objective as well. And it would be very nice to be able to route to that mission objective. How do we get there? That is another purpose of the map, is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective. So we can see a line being drawn from where we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you'll no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environments. And what's worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool, is this under the hood is actually utilizing another piece of tech, AI pathfinding. And so what that allows us to do is leverage other existing tech to basically, it does all the heavy lifting. We just make it look pretty. So because of that, there are certain cases where the path might be blocked. It might have a locked door, or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors, it will handle elevators, and it will handle fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So that is an example of sort of a piece of tech that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this goal. So, one last thing we can do at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we can send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please. So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS. So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective. As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the route line represented, our destination, and the distance it takes to get there. As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination. So there's our buddy. He's flying in. So we'll make our way up to the Carrack here, to the right. You'll also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map. And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up. So as we make our way into the Carrack, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map. And it's totally seamless as you transition between the two. So let's go ahead and pull up our mobiGlas again and get a wider view of our ship. So we are now on the technical deck, but we can also see the other floors. If you traverse the floors, Bone, just to demonstrate it. Here's our cartography deck. Down one. And our habitation deck. So you will have noticed from a previous presentation that this was very similar looking, right? It's utilizing our tech. So not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us as developers, because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay. So other teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool for school. So we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain. These are quite, our universe is quite big, right? That's only a small fraction of what our universe is. what happens? Have we tried this? What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit? Keep going. Keep zooming out, all the way out, all the way out. Let's go, let's go. So, it's not just the interior map, it's not just the radar, it is the map. It is one single unified system just across different scales. And I want, at this point, we are above Crusader, and at this point I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk about the map as seen at this scale. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, CitizenCon! Are you ready for this? Bone, do you want to click on the marker? As you all suspected, this is the star map. I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're excited too. Now, I think we all know the current star map needed a bit of work, and we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around? Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic. And this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Orison. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority, which is why the marker displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more? Bone, let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can take a look at Crusader and all of its moons. Yeah, so here we are, Crusader, its moons, orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin. Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please? Cool. When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly. Labels for city markers and outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double-click on Selin now to focus on it. Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action? Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet. Bone, can you double-click on one of the points of interest? As we've selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out until we can see Crusader. We wanted to ensure you have freedom to move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you, the player. You're kind of small compared to a star, right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy. You can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality. They've been scaled up massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear. You can also start to see Crusader's orbit line around the sun here. But before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer. As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around. As we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space. Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yayla. The magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in. Bone, can you keep zooming in? Thank you. You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yayla itself. Imagine how much easier finding that outpost will be now. Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more? Let's have a look at a location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe? Bone, let's give that a try. Yeah, I think we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So what can we do? Bone, let's try clicking on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yayla, so we've gone back to Selin. So now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at Calliope. So we need to find a different way. Bone, could you use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system, please? And there it is. I think Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again. Can you zoom in, Bone? Thank you. It's so cool to see more of our moons and planets and how different they all look. Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way. We've got you. We've provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system. Bone, want to expand it now? Go over a little bit. Yeah. We're actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality. But for now, Bone, let's use this to go to Ariel. I absolutely love zooming around on this map. Bone, want to find Area 18 for me? So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at Security Post Korea? It's quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful. Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station? Bone, can you also drop down again, please? Thank you. As you may have noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list. It will remember your 3 most recent selections, so you can use this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something out again. Bone, let's use this to go back to Ariel. Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our Carrack map from the star map, just like how we got here from the Carrack map just a few minutes ago. So, let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead, Bone. All right, so yeah, here's our Carrack again. Being able to simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before. Bone, just for fun, let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar system. It's just so cool to watch the verse open up before our eyes. With all these new possibilities for moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get it. Just imagine being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse and then sharing that location with friends, just like Zane said. Exploration is about to get a lot more interesting, and we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet. And now, let's welcome our intrepid demo driver, Bone, back to the stage.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks a lot. So we're really, really excited about getting all these features into your hands of the players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe. So let's just quickly review what we've seen. We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With a new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around. There's a new mobiGlas coming with its sleek new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way. So we've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats, exploring new mapping new areas, pinning locations for later and sharing these with your friends. Or the Idris. That looks great. Some more of Horizon. And of course, our entirely new integrated star map with its new interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience. No more getting lost, a whole new perspective. With all these upcoming features, where will you explore today? Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right. Sorry. I was back there trying to figure out how to reprogram my Alexa to respond to Bone. Bone, add Cheerios to the grocery list. Bone, rescue the hostages. Dave Haddock, if we don't have that in the narrative, I'm going to find you. Guys, that's it for day one of CitizenCon. What'd you think? That is a heck of a day one. You want to do it again tomorrow? We saw StarEngine and all the amazing improvements that are coming to Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We saw the next step in the evolution of resource management and the birth of multi-crew gameplay. We saw the ship, guys. And of course, come on, the star map, the interior map, everything. I often joke that we're just like you in many of the same ways. We want the same things. We need the same things. We have all collectively, all 1,300 of us working for Cloud Imperium Games, been like, when Star Map? When? To see it. So good. So yeah, this wraps up day one. I'm going to tell you that Hall B is going to be open for about another 2 hours. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the Pyro playground and all that stuff, go ahead and do that. Tomorrow, be sure you come back. We got character advancement. That's Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Andre Perez. I really want to tell you what you're going to see, but you're not going to want to miss it. If you thought the opening to day 1 was hot, check out the opening to day 2. We got life in the first person. We got our FPS crew. They're going to show you how all of these things integrate into the FPS combat experience. We got taking flight with Yogi. Who doesn't love Yogi? It's another live demo where they're going to show you the space flight and atmospheric flight experience that's been developed with master modes and through Squadron 42. We got Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, a 2-part look at all the new locations that are coming in the Pyro system, the Stanton system, and I've been here 9 years. I got to make it to 10. So yeah, everybody, from the bottom of my heart and standing here in front of the 1,300 people who make this game possible, thank you for joining us for CitizenCon. Come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Day 1 was great. You ain't seen nothing yet. Take care, everybody.